Order, we are meeting today to continue the consideration of the supplemental estimates for the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport. Oh, the main estimates. We're moving so quickly. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $176,229,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport Ministry operations to the 31st of March, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Kelowna West.
Thanks very much, Chair. And we were just prior to lunch talking about resiliency, and I still want to pursue that. Of course, that's a very important topic in this particular sector. And I just wanted to, we were talking about cross-ministry opportunities, and I wonder, I know that the answer was maybe a little bit broader, and I'm just wondering if there's any initiatives. And I'll give you a good example. Is that I know in your budget, Minister, it looks like that there's been a lift in tourism, in just the wages and benefits, probably exceeding 6%, which many of the businesses are faced with the huge amount of labor shortages, the competitiveness issue, etc. And I guess what I'm kind of wondering about, are you able to give the industry or the sector any sense of stability or certainty about your colleagues and other ministries and what they're thinking about increased cost pressures or holding the line in terms of wages, benefits, other things that come off of whatever they're selling?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's an important line of questioning, definitely. I can tell the member that for the past 2 months, as I've been finding my feet in this file, I've met with numerous stakeholders, and I have received, I'd say, a very realistic report about what's happening on the ground. And as the member alluded to when we started today, that there's some areas that are doing really well, and it's so exciting to see. But there's some other areas that are still struggling, and we see different reasons for that. There's different challenges, of course. They're not just in British Columbia, they're right across the country. But issues specifically around wages, things like the member has brought forward. I can't speak for my colleagues, but so I would suggest that the member join in to the other estimates that will be coming up. But what I can tell a member is that I communicate with my colleagues continually around the successes and the challenges of the tourism sector. And I think people are very well acquainted with what's happening on the ground. And so it's my responsibility as Minister of Tourism to continue to move that information that I'm hearing on the outside, to move it in so we can have those discussions. And so I feel really confident that my colleagues understand the issues of the day.
Member. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Minister for her clarifying that. And I I guess one of the things that we find ourselves in, Chair, in terms of the rebound resiliency is the necessity to try to make certain that we're monitoring the situation. And I know in COVID everything kind of slowed down and everybody's reacting. But now that we have things rebounding, I guess the pressures that are there, and I really do want to make certain that there is a commitment, perhaps for, as you mentioned, I think earlier, that the BCFRA has asked for a roundtable. I'm thinking about real-time consultation with the sector, and I know that you're being talked to, but getting people in the room, like you said, and really making certain that we're keeping our eye on that. So is that a commitment that, or something that you would consider?
Minister.
Absolutely. So the letter that we both referenced earlier from Mr. Tossinson was addressed to Minister Baines, the Minister of Labour. But we are absolutely committed to joining in on that conversation, and I think that's what Mr. Tossinson has expected. So from our perspective, from the tourism perspective, we need to be there to hear that conversation that's happening. But yes, I believe that we're already in the process of setting that up.
Member, through the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to, I know that in earlier dialogue we were talking about the issues about businesses and tracking businesses that may not, we may hear about. I guess I'm thinking about the real-time tracking of some of these, whether it's hotels, restaurants, just making certain that we're alive to what it is that is happening within the tourism industry and all of the different kind of, not just the restaurants. It's more about, and if that real-time tracking, is it something that the ministry is tracking, and does it have a mechanism to keep its eye on kind of the changes that are happening? Whether, I'm thinking about space in real estate that's vacant and available.
Space is in the moon. I was like, this is an interesting part of tourism.
Well, it is a new tourism opportunity. It's just not happening here. Okay, so anyways, just the real-time kind of activity and tracking, because of the fact that I think, we look at the reverse of when COVID came in, how quickly everything kind of, collapsed, et cetera. But on the flip side of that, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, is the pressures of inflation, wages, and then the other pressure I want to go into is on labor and availability. But just in terms of that, information, is it being tracked by anybody in the ministry?
Division has been called in the main chamber. We will recess to attend to that division. The minister.
And thanks again for the question. So the question was around tracking. Do we track the health of tourism businesses? And the answer is yes. So Destination BC does a lot of tracking in that way. A lot of the statistics will include number of stays, overnight stays, length of stays, and how businesses are reacting within the tourism season that is their primary season. All of that's on their website, but if more information is needed, I'm sure that we could request more from Destination BC. As far as general business health and maybe the sectors that support tourism but aren't directly related to this ministry, like the Restaurant Association or any other businesses like that, of course the Ministry of Jedi will be tracking other statistics that way. But our government in general has invested $480 million over 3 years around future readiness. And I think some of that will definitely be reflected in what we're doing in the tourism ministry. Okay.
We'll recess.
Division has been called in the main chamber again. Call a recess. Thank you, members. I call Committee of Supply Section A back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates for the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sport. I now recognize the member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Chair. Before we were interrupted, I know we were talking about some funds that for future readiness, 480 million. So I'm thank you to the ministry and the minister for her comments on that. What I'm wondering is, can the minister or the ministry describe, Chair, what they're doing to address the current labor shortages across the tourism industry?
Minister.
Yeah, a very important topic in the tourism sector. So last spring, the Tourism and Hospitality Labor Recovery Framework was developed by industry. And that framework was really to address the challenges that we're seeing coming out of the pandemic. Some of the things that were discussed and identified were finding ways to retain people who are already working in tourism and removing barriers for people who want to join. Raising awareness and communicating the value of industry is a great place to work, including to high school students. So reaching out into different areas like that. Assisting employers getting access to business and HR advisory services, which we had discussed before the break. We have funded some of that work from the ministry. And then helping employers use a technology and embrace innovation to alleviate some of the labor force challenges, and that can take many forms. So a lot of that work is being led by a group, Go to HR, which is one of our key industry partners in the ministry, and that group includes a collection of industry partners and stakeholders right across the sector. We've seen definitely what can happen with all of us sticking together, and I think that's one thing that I'm really proud about, proud of the industry, the stakeholders, and our ministry, is that we, in other areas of industry outside of our responsibilities, we saw that when people stick together and kind of suss out ideas and be creative, you can really start to see things that maybe should have been done years and years ago, but they're being done now. So we do see some things working better than they have. And a lot of that is to do with creativity. And I'll give you an example of that. Many tourism employers, First Nations and local governments across the province are trying to be creative in solutions to specifically address labor challenges, and some of this is in more remote areas. So the Clayokwiat First Nation, which is situated in Tofino, they partnered with Indigenous Services Canada and they repurposed several shipping containers to provide housing for their community, which included seasonal workers. And of course, we know that Tofino is just a hot spot for tourism. Everybody wants to go there. And so they're looking for creative ways to house people. We saw that the Lower Similkameen Community Services Society implemented a free bicycle program to provide seasonal workers in the Similkameen region with accessible transportation. So there's a lot of these kind of ideas that we're seeing starting to emerge, and they are solving problems. And so we will continue to support the industry as they continue to brainstorm. We'll be right there with them.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So to the ministry, just in terms of the labor shortages, it's my understanding that for seasonal or temporary workers that the industry is trying to attract and bring in, whether it's in food service or in other areas, that they have been, they have to have a number that allows them to complete the paperwork with Canada. And my understanding is that health has been prioritized over tourism. And I wonder if you could just tell me your thoughts on that, or if you've been able to make inroads to help advance people trying to access foreign workers coming into Canada on a temporary basis.
Minister.
So thanks for the question. I think that the member does bring up a really good point. You know, we are seeing, we would like to see things move more quickly, for sure. Health workers are so critically important right now, as we know that just because we are emerging out of the pandemic doesn't mean that we need to have all hands on deck in our health system still. But we are communicating very strongly that the sector that we represent in this ministry is in great need of labor. And as I said previously, this is not just in British Columbia, but right across the country. It's a huge problem. So I do know that the Ministry of Labour is working hard, making sure that the federal government knows that there's a need for temporary foreign workers, for example. In my experience in my former ministry, I left just when there was some changes that were happening there, and I see that this is an opportunity for tourism as well. Having really strong relationships with the consulate generals here in BC makes the relationship strong so as to deliver messages to the federal government on what's required. I can give you an example. Shellfish harvesters weren't included in the group of folks that could become seasonal temporary foreign workers. And just by having that strong relationship with the Consulate General of Mexico, we're able to get that on the list for Mexico to go and request that to be included. So I think it's the same approach here, and I know that the Minister of Labor is making sure that he's delivering that message. But we're communicating strongly as well through our ministry.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. So further on that, Minister, can you identify what the current backlog is of foreign workers? How many people are waiting for the foreign worker certificate?
Minister.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to defer the member to the Labor Ministry.
Member.
Well, I guess, Chair, I would, being in this particular role, and I know in the minister's former role, she probably had the order of magnitude and the timeliness of these type of things because it is seasonal in a lot of cases. So I do think that it is important that, the ministry, has information on the availability or, what are people to do if they can't get through that. So I guess would you advocate that you would follow up with the minister just in terms of what can be done to help improve that so that the industries, if they can do something to help expedite the process because they're flummoxed by the whole problem of not having clarity in terms of why they're, playing second fiddle to what's going on in other important sectors, that's all.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to assure the member that my staff have definitely been doing that, but I will personally commit to following up with my colleague and making sure that the member can get that information.
Member.
So thank you, Chair. Just further on and issues to deal with businesses and the costs, labor being obviously, if you can't find the people, that's a very difficult situation. Just in terms of the employer health tax, has there been any cross-ministry work done to look at the exemption value that currently is $500,000, I believe, up to proposed numbers that are higher than that, so that businesses can perhaps be more competitive and reduce that cost to their business directly?
Minister.
Thank you. Appreciate the question. So the roundtable that I referred to earlier will be a place for us to discuss that with stakeholders and industry. And like I said, I'm happy to make sure that information is shared with the member. But that's a discussion that we have to have. The letter that we both received from Mr. Tostenson references that specifically.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And you're right, Mr. Tostenson does, you raise that question along with three other points. And I guess the question really, has there been any discussion between your colleagues or colleagues in other ministries about the employer health tax, which, I know we can talk about it, but at the bottom line is that I couldn't help kind of find humor in his little cheeseburger and fries for $21 in that particular letter, and listing wages and health benefits, cost of ingredients, rent, supplies, all of these things, and what's left at the end of it. So I do think the reality, which I'm sure that you're well aware of from having your own business background. So the things that are, these are irritants. They've listed what they're looking at, and I'm sure that the part of the problem is the nature of the employees in the hospitality and tourism sector tend to sometimes have more than one employer and take advantage of the fact that they currently, under the law, they're entitled to 5 sick days with each employer. I don't think there's a tracking system, and so there's the employer paid sick days, which is an added cost, employer health tax if they're over that $500,000 threshold. And I guess I guess what I'm wondering is that I know you want the industry to be successful, and I know that that's your desire, but I think that the industry really is feeling very threatened by this. Labor shortage was one thing, but the added on costs, part of it by government and part of it by just supply chain. Is that something that you're keeping an eye on so that you're tracking in terms of the numerous letters I'm sure you've received about businesses that have been forced to close either because of high costs or a labor shortage?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, the answer is yes. We do track continually when businesses contact us if they're either doing really well or they're having some challenges themselves. So yes, the tracking is being done. We're really, really focused on making sure that our ministry in particular has an open door policy. We have excellent relationships with our associations that we deal with and our stakeholder groups. And so people are phoning in, and I'm not exaggerating when I say daily. We're in contact daily with many of them. So we are making sure that we're trying to support them when we hear about a problem and target our investments to address the problems that they're having. And that's why specifically we rolled out the events, fairs, festivals, and events, $30 million, because we know that that specifically needed help at that time. And so it was not something that was on our radar until probably the last 4 months, when people realized that going into this next season of fairs, festival, and events, they weren't going to make it. And so we responded very, very quickly. We only had a 2-week window for the applications, and that money will be going out the door soon. So we're trying to be very responsive. And, I think people are figuring out along the way what the challenges are. So we do know that there's been great recovery in some areas, but things are cropping up maybe that they didn't expect. And that's when we're hearing from them, and that allows us to respond. But we're not the only ministry doing that. Of course, the Jedi ministry is doing that as well. So there's a lot of communication throughout the entire government, continuing to help people into the recovery and then hopefully into the thriving mode of our communities.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that, you're alive to the issue and how quickly it's changing. Information that you may have been receiving from last summer or fall, unfortunately, just with pressures, all of those ones we've just talked about are perhaps leading to consequences that we don't want to see happen. And capacity and losing capacity is a big issue. I'm going to just pivot to the issue about hotel room supplies. And I guess my question in that particular case is, the situation is that there's been a drop of almost 13% in accommodation over the last couple of decades in the Lower Mainland or Metro Vancouver. And I guess that is concerning, considering the amount of provincial investment in facilities like the Convention Centre, Pavco, the BC Place, the events that you alluded to. Where are these people going to stay? And I'm just, I guess what I'm just kind of wondering is there, what work is the ministry doing to try and get the infrastructure to be right-sized, or was it wrong-sized before? Was there too many?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We're very aware of the issue with hotel capacity, and I guess ironically, it's a sign that we're recovering if there's a lot of people coming here, and we need to find ways to accommodate them. We do have some big attractions that are going to be held in British Columbia over the next 8 years, and we want to be ready for that. So there are conversations happening now, of course, with the Hotel Association, definitely. There's going to be a conference the 1st of May up in the Okanagan. I'll probably see the member there, where I'm sure this will be a popular discussion. I believe the Federal Minister of Tourism will be attending as well. This is one of the first topics that myself and the Federal Minister discussed after I was appointed Minister in December. But this conversation is not just around provincial government level and federal level. We have to include local governments in this conversation, First Nations, developers, everyone. So with everyone at the table, I'm hoping that we'll start to see a plan on increasing those spaces. But up until now, we've managed to make our way through, but I do believe in the next 5 years, we will have run out of space, and we need it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So, just asking the minister if she could clarify if there's analysis that's been done on this particular sector.
Minister.
I think the member must be aware of the report that was put out by Destination Vancouver on this very topic. We knew that report was coming out, and we were actually looking forward to having some information that came from them. But so yes, that's the most recent information that we would have.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So is it the ministry's intention to be more proactively engaged? I realize that Destination Vancouver, they're only one of the destination organizations in the province, and I can think of places like Penticton that have a huge convention center. We were just in Prince George, which thankfully they've added more hotels since when I moved to the north in the late 70s, and I only say that meaning that there's a good selection of rooms. But obviously, just in terms of being engaged on this particular topic. And there's another reason it also happened to come up in the presentations in Prince George last week about critical infrastructure to help building the traction to places in Canada, in British Columbia. And I guess there's, those linkages. I know that I'm not able to speak for the city of Penticton, but I know that they have a huge convention center, and I think that there could be more to be done if there was an attraction both with municipalities, local destination marketing, as well as the cities in these particular cities, and Kelowna is not any different. So it's one of the Okanagan cities that probably, needs to be looking at it more than just losing rooms to VRBO and places like that. So that's why clearly that's one of the complaints that I'm hearing about. And those rooms, by the way, the VRBO ones, that's taking away accommodation for the everyday workers or families that live in those communities, because now they're part of the rental stock that has nothing to do with, kind of building up the capacity. So could you just confirm that you are going to be more engaged, or you are? I know that you're waiting on these reports, but I'm really looking for a commitment for the hotel industry that the ministry will partner with them in a way of making certain that we understand and that we do the right things to help drive the business ahead, not waiting 5 years for the solution.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I definitely agree with the member that it's and it's very, very important, and it's important for our future. The conversations have already started, and they started before I became minister, but I'm personally committed to continuing those discussions. Like I said, it's not just a provincial government issue. We need to have partners with the federal government, First Nations, and local governments right across the province. the one thing that I'm excited about as the Minister of Tourism is looking at ways for the entire province to benefit when we attract these large events in the Lower Mainland. There should be ways that we can pull people out into more rural areas, into the Okanagan, to show off our entire province. And so that's going to be work that needs to be done so we can accommodate people right across BC, not just in the Lower Mainland. So we're very aware of it. I'm very in tune to it and committed to it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Through to the Minister, I appreciate the fact that there's consultation already underway and you're starting that. Can you share with ourselves the barriers that you see to hotel room creation? Is it capital? Is it land use? Is it, what are those barriers?
Minister.
Thank you. So yes, there are, obviously there's barriers in the way of building new hotels. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be in this situation now. Many of them the member will be aware of: the cost of land, the cost of construction right now, the time it takes. It's a long runway to start and then get up and running. But those are barriers that we need to figure out how to get around. And so when I mention everyone needs to be at the table, federal government, provincial government, local government, First Nations, we need developers, we need the private sector. We need to make it feasible for this to happen. Creatively, maybe it's a mixed-use building that a hotel is set up in. I think the report also referenced, the report that came out referenced building hotel accommodation, drawing it outside of the downtown core to try and draw people into different areas of town as well, so that everybody can see that multiplier effect of having visitors in town. Other small businesses can benefit as well as the downtown core. So yeah, there are barriers in place, but having the discussions with everyone at the table is the only way that we're going to be able to solve that.
Member.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. And through again to the Minister, has the Ministry done any analysis on the number of jobs created per hotel room in BC?
Minister.
Hi, thank you. So we don't have that particular metric at hand, but we're a little bit confused at exactly what the member's wanting. Maybe he could take another run at it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I'd be happy to do that. So where I'm going with this is there is a revenue generated for British Columbia, not just jobs, but the taxes that are actually created by actually having hotel rooms. In 2002, there was about just over 15,000 rooms in Metro Vancouver, and that's the number I referenced earlier that had dropped by about 13%. The report that the minister has referenced suggests that in about 5 years we're going to run out of capacity to meet existing demand or meet demand. And I guess where I'm really going with that is that has there been any critical analysis done in terms of the value of the hotel industry by room, by employees, and tax revenue?
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So it is interesting, the question for sure. It's not a simple metric because there's so many different variables. We do know that hotel rooms generate revenue, but how that happens, that it's varied right across the province. Is it because we're driving events that are coming into town? Is there a work project somewhere in the province? We don't know. So we'd be happy to work with you, though, to dig down a little bit deeper, but we don't have that metric today.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the minister knows that since the pandemic has come to an end, hotel rooms seem to have been at a significant premium, as many other things. Not to divert, but yesterday I had an airline here that we met with the Minister of Skills Training, Advanced Ed and Skills Training, just about the shortage, the critical shortage of these people that are being picked up and relocated to other parts of Canada, even just for the jobs that they offer, and it's making it very difficult on our regional kind of areas. So I guess where I'm kind of going at that is that in meetings and trying to better understand this, the projection for just the cruise ship industry is up significantly. You probably know this, but through the chair, the number is staggering. I mean, it's like 1,300, connections here in British Columbia. And I know that when they're in town, it's very difficult to find a room, let alone if it's an increase. It's about a third increase over their highest number. I don't know if that's going to come to fruition because I mean there's lots of other factors in there. So I thank you for offering to allow me to try and work with you to find solutions. But I am trying to quantify it because if we look at the if the room prices are up and people are willing to pay those prices, even just the 7%, which I think it's more than that on a hotel room, but the provincial sales tax on a room obviously generates significant revenue. And with forecast deficits, it's one of those areas we should be looking to try to maximize every dollar that we can find in terms of revenue that we can generate to make certain that the province isn't having to go into debt to pay for other operations. So there's lots of statistics on this, and I'm not as skilled on it as probably the minister's staff, but I want to just, I do think that, sorry, there was another question in here that I wanted to just ask the minister. Has she had any discussions, Chair, through, with the other people that she identified, whether it's, the land, trying to address this with, let's say, the Minister of Municipal Affairs or people like that. Or I know that the City of Vancouver recently has tried to accelerate hotel attraction and made it a priority in trying to get them so that they don't run into this deficit or they're not caught worse off without enough rooms. So have you had any dialogue or discussions with other ministries on this particular topic?
Minister.
Thank you. There are active discussions that are happening, and I was just thinking that, I couldn't even imagine having this conversation 2 years ago when we were kind of mired in the pandemic. But the recovery is happening. People are traveling again. And we are seeing this issue come to the forefront, which is good timing for us to put our minds to it. We were actually very happy that Destination Vancouver put out that report, and because it's now becoming top of mind for the City of Vancouver. You've seen them in the media, et cetera, et cetera. I've been asked about it in the media. So yeah, the time is now to put our heads together and to get a plan in place. But I think there's a lot of people that are eager to do it, and everyone acknowledges that we have to get it done. And the stat of us running out of rooms in 5 years is, we got to get moving.
Member.
Thanks very much, Chair. And maybe just to, I'm just wondering if the minister or staff could confirm the forecast increase in tourism, whether it's dollars, rather than just visits. Can we put it into some sort of context about what does the ministry forecast over the next 5 years in terms of growth overall?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the good news is that 2023, we expect the numbers to be back to 2019 numbers. And so that's a really good recovery. Destination BC does forecasting continually. For us to do a 5-year forecast is a bit tricky, but we can definitely work with the member to get stats from Destination BC to see where they're at with the forecasting right now. We can reply in writing if that works for the member. We can get back to you on exactly what they're saying right now. Does the member agree with that?
Member?
That would be very helpful.
Minister.
Great. But here's some interesting statistics that I think are very exciting. Tourism revenues provincially are up 40% over 2021, and international visitation is up over 400% from 2021. So obviously 2021 was a critical year for us all, but to see that recovery happening is very encouraging. And as I said, Destination BC would have those numbers, drilled down on those numbers a little bit more, so we can get that.
Member. Thanks very much, Chair, for the Minister's offer, as well as these numbers are important, but I think she probably knows that, if we can unshackle the opportunities, it does create an awful lot of opportunity for not only British Columbians, but especially with the new strategy that Destination BC has been talking about taking things into, I'd say, the backcountry or back in rural British Columbia, not just in that, but we'll come back to rural BC later on. So I just wanted to turn over the floor to my colleague from Richmond South Centre. North Centre. I'm not like the speaker where I get to do this every day. But anyways, more importantly, I just wanted to give a timeline and make certain that the chair is aware that with today's the LG arriving, our plan is to aim to be wrapped up around 4:30, if that works. And we also have the Greens coming in at about 4 o'clock. Okay, so we've got 2 or 3 other members that have questions, but my colleague, who's the critic for culture and arts, has a different line of questioning that I'm sure the minister is anxiously waiting for.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Just to square off with you, I don't know whether you're Kelowna
West, yes.
So it's okay that you don't remember me, Richmond North Centre, Kelowna West, now I remember. Thank you, Chair. And it's so glad that I can have this discussion with the Minister, because we briefly have a discussion way back 2 years ago, right? And really enjoy the debate, not really debate, the interaction with the Minister. Actually, I'm so pleased to see the progress on the Chinese-Canadian Museum. And as an immigrant and also as a Canadian, racialized Canadian, I really am glad to see this government is working on a different museum. I was glad to see that during the 2020 election, NDP in their platform is committed to having a South Asian museum. And then, in turn, in the mandate letter, November 26th for the former minister, also the same year, it has a phrase saying that start work to create a first-of-its-kind museum to document the history, art, and contribution of South Asian people in BC. And then in February 25th, 2020, the former Premier's mandate letter to the former tourism minister, again having the reference to start work to create the first-of-its-kind museum to document the history, art, and contribution of South Asian people in BC. And the mandate letter on December 7th for the minister also referenced, this time is with support from the parliamentary secretary for anti-racism initiative work in consultation with affected community to advance emerging museum program and proposal, including, of course, a Chinese-Canadian museum, a South Asian museum. So I just want the minister to provide this House with the update on the progress of this museum. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. I'm also happy to be continuing our discussions that we started 2 years ago. I thought they were great. So, yes, so the update on the South Asian Museum is that as soon as I became minister, I was excited to see that in my mandate letter. I think it's going to be amazing. The one thing that I'll say is that as we launch into the South Asian Museum planning, we have learned so much from the experience of the Chinese Museum, and now we're heading towards the opening, and it's going to be incredible. And so the learnings that we're taking from that experience we're putting towards the South Asian Museum. So the conversations have happened, are happening right now. We do know from the Chinese Museum experience that the community consultation is very, very important. So I think that's my responsibility as minister to make sure that that's underway. I've been meeting with my colleagues, community members. We have a roundtable discussion that we'll be doing next month in Surrey. And we're definitely also going to be building on the work of the South Asian Studies Institute. I'm sure maybe the member knows Satwinder Bains. I have worked with Satwinder on the agriculture side because her family has a blueberry farm and processing facility. So I feel very fortunate that I know Satwinder very well already. But she's been quite the leader in this discussion. And so that's where we are now. And I hope to be able to report out more soon.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I remember, well, thank you, Minister, for the detailed layout of the plan. But I remember reading the Surrey Now and Leader in 2020, now the MLA for Surrey Panorama. She already stated clearly that is in October 2020, that there will be wide-ranging consultation with the South Asian community right across the province. But now it's 2023, and I'm glad that next month there will be a roundtable. And I just wonder how come 2 years, more than 2 years have passed, and we still haven't started the consultation yet.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So unfortunately, 2 years ago, we were in a different situation, and I have to say that things were delayed because of the pandemic. And so we would have loved to have hit the ground running 2 years ago, but it just was not possible. But now we're off and running, and I really appreciate that the member mentioned that it's a consultation with folks right across the whole province. And so we are committed to doing that. There's a lot of great stories that communities have to tell, and what they expect of a South Asian museum is really important to me and the ministry and the government. So yeah, so that it's been delayed, but we're on it now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for explaining why the consultation has not started yet. Yeah, we totally understand the challenge of the pandemic. I just want to refresh the current minister about what the former minister said when during the budget estimate debate in 2021. She did say that the museum will be established in 4 years. So knowing that the consultation has been delayed due to the pandemic, which I totally understand, is the project still on track for opening by 2024 or 2025, depending on the 4 years that the former minister mentioned is 2024 or 2025? Because I guess the South Asian community is really looking forward to a museum of their own so that they can have all the history, all the records, all the collection there. I feel fortunate to be a Canadian of Chinese descent that we are going to see the opening of the Chinese-Canadian Museum. This is really exciting. So thinking about my counterpart in the South Asian community, I'm sure, because that was promised in the last election in 2020, they definitely would hope that they can see it happen before it becomes another election promise again. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So I don't think that the quote that the member has referenced is something that I can commit to as minister. Obviously, the consultation process was delayed, but also we're just starting on that consultation process now, and I think if I put a timeline on it, it might undermine the discussion that we're having, and it may, I will be assuming that I know what the community wants, and to tell you the truth, I don't know what the community wants yet. They need to tell me that. They need to tell our ministry that. So in the Chinese Museum, it took 5 long years to get to where it was, and there was already a building in place. So we don't know if there is a requirement for a new building or to take over a building. So there's so many different points along the way that will help us define the outcome and the length of time it will take. But we should know more soon once we are out there. I'm really looking forward to that initial roundtable discussion because I think that will allow us to kind of get a bit of the direction. But as I said, it's a provincial discussion. But I appreciate that the member knows the complexities of it.
Member.
Chair. Thank you, Minister. I totally understand the challenge. But since the roundtable consultation will start next month, so I'm sure the ministry staff and the minister might have an idea how long the consultation will take, because given the experience for the Chinese Canadian Museum, so do you have does the ministry or the minister have an idea of how long? 6 months for the consultation, and then I just want to have a timeline. I know it's not easy. I know that the minister wouldn't want to have commit something that you haven't really started, but at least I want the community to have an idea about 2 years, 3 years, or the same as the Chinese Canadian Museum. It takes 5 years for the museum to really come into place. Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks again for the question. So our goal is to do the consultations this year. And I think the member will understand that it's a complex consultation. There's 8 countries of origin that make up the South Asian community. We want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. And the consultation needs to be robust. And I don't want to make assumptions about what people want. So I think it'll be a step-by-step process. So once we get through the consultation part this year, we'll have a better idea of a timeline, because then we'll know what we're dealing with. But right now, the community has to decide what they want.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah. So since the consultation is going to start next month, so I'm sure the minister, the ministry staff might have a list of groups, community groups that the minister will be consulting with. So I wonder whether that list can be given to me, so that and I would have hoped that the minister and ministry staff can let us know when the consultation take place, because in the last consultation for the Chinese Canadian Museum, the opposition was told about when it would take place, and if my colleagues and I have time, we might want to also be present there. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. So the roundtable discussion next month will be how we're going to use that to inform what the consultation schedule and process will be. And so from that point on, we'd be very happy to share the information with the member. I know that the member spent a lot of time at the consultation process for the Chinese Museum, and that's very appreciated. I think it was. The member dedicated a lot of her own personal time on that. So thank you for that. Yes, so we'll be able to share the consultation schedule, and we hope that we will see you again at those consultations.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So there was no inclusion or mention of the project in the budget and fiscal plan. And I understand that because the roundtable will begin next month, but if this was committed in 2020, at least some dollar amount should be put aside for this project. So can the minister explain why there was no mention of this project in the budget and fiscal plan?
Minister.
Thank you. So our current budget, of course, is prioritizing the consultation process. And the member will know from the Chinese Museum that once that consultation process was finished, then a business case and a business plan was created. And from that plan, a request for funds is made. And so once that will be the same process that will follow this time. So in this current budget, that is not considered. But once we get the business case, then we can put forward something.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand correctly from the minister, the business case will be drafted. Earlier on, the minister did say that the consultation will take place throughout this year. So I assume that the consultation will be completed by the end of the year, and then the business case will be, drafted. So how soon can we expect to see the business case?
Minister.
Thank you. As in a normal process, the consultation takes place, and then a concept plan is generated, and at that point, it informs the next steps, which would lead to a budget request. And so that's the same process as other large projects go through, and we anticipate just following that same process.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just still want to go back to the former minister's response to me in the last two budget. That I remember the former minister said that when I asked about this South Asian museum, she did say that it's in the preliminary stages. So I just wonder what kind of preliminary stages has the ministry been doing? If the former minister did tell me that it's in the preliminary stages, but it looks like that nothing has started yet, from what I understand from the minister just now.
Minister.
Thank you. So as I mentioned before to the member, that the process has been slower than we anticipated due to the pandemic and the other challenges that we've faced. And so the preliminary work had begun. There's a lot of discussion within the ministry around just researching what museums could look like, what options could there be, looking at the different communities that are involved in this particular museum. But I'd say that work was very preliminary, and now the work is we're advancing quicker now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pursue once again on the original timeline kind of committed by the former minister. So when the minister, you took over this portfolio, were you aware of the timeline that was committed by the former minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So when I was being briefed, when I first became minister, I wasn't informed of a prior timeline. I wasn't aware of that. But what I was informed of is that there had been preliminary work, and the mandate it was in the former minister's mandate letter to start the project, and that's the same thing that's in my mandate letter. And so, no, I don't know if there was a formal timeline that was given previously, but we're happy to be started now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. One final question before I finish this topic. So are we using the Chinese Canadian Museum model as the model for South Asian Museum, meaning that is the government going to allocate an initial sum of money for this museum and then expect the community to match with the donation, and then the museum is going to be handed over to whatever society that might be formed and responsible for the future operation of this museum?
Minister.
Thank you. And thanks for that question. So the Chinese museum model was excellent in the end, and we're both going to be there on the 30th of June. But I wouldn't want to, as minister, or have my ministry assume what the model should be for the South Asian Museum. I think that will be informed by the provincial community consultation process. There may be other avenues that they wish to pursue, and I want to really respect that. And so I think we'll know more in a few months on where that's heading. But yeah, so I think I think this is the minister's final question on this. But as I said before, it's going to take all voices from the community to help generate what the model should look like. And but the one thing we know for sure that will be the same is that it'll be community driven, like the Chinese Museum was.
Recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister and her staff. And we'll change gears a little bit. What we're going to talk, not too much, but we'll talk about consultation. And just in terms of the 2030 Olympic bid, and we saw last year is the promise made a decision not to support the bid. And that was outlined, but we saw that it was obviously supported by a number of First Nations, specifically when we talk about leaders of the 4 host First Nations. So my question to the minister is, can they kind of explain the consultation that went on with the nations in terms of specifically the 2030 Olympic bid?
Minister.
Thank you, and welcome to the Little House. So the four host First Nations, the Canadian Olympic Committee, local governments, which included the City of Vancouver and the Resort Municipality of Whistler, were the ones that led the work of developing the bid, and they were doing the consulting in their communities. They engaged with us as the provincial government, but they were leading the bid process.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister. So is the minister saying that the provincial government, whether it be specific to the Ministry of Tourism, Sport and the Arts, or the province as whole, didn't do any consultation in terms of the 2030 bid with the affected nations, and that was delegated to somebody outside of the province? Is that what the minister's just confirmed?
Minister.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this in the way the member was expecting. I'm not quite sure of the direction of the question, so we can always try it again if I don't get it right. So just to be clear, the bid wasn't our bid. The leaders of the bid engaged with us as the province, and any consultation that was being done within communities was being done by the leaders of the bid, which is the proponents that I talked about it in the last answer.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister for that. Yeah, so maybe I'll try it in a bit of a different way. So I think the statement from the ministry or government came out third week of October in terms of rejecting the Indigenous-led 2030 games. And so, but I guess my question would be is before that statement gets released externally, is what obligation does the ministry, does the province have, specifically, I would say under UNDRIP, to consult with the affected nations?
Minister.
Thank you. The province engaged with the proponents of the bid for over a year. And in that time, we were trying to understand the bid that was being put forward. So understand all of the details like the cost, et cetera. So we did have those discussions. And the minister, previous minister, did have meetings with the 4 host nations.
Member, if you could just assist the chair to understand the relevance of this line of questioning to the budget that's under consideration here, just tie it into the budget document, please.
Absolutely. I'm asking, so Madam Chair, through you to the minister, I'm asking a question specifically on the bid, Indigenous-led bid for the 2030 Games that was rejected by the province in October of 2022 under the ministry in discussion right now, and in terms of consultation done with First Nations and how that falls under UNDRIP. That is what I'm asking, and I think that would be
In relation to the
In
budget
relation
under
to the-
consideration now.
so.
That's the piece I'm looking for.
So are you rejecting the questions that I'm asking?
I'm just asking if you could relate them to the budget at hand.
I'm asking a specific question about the ministry rejecting the Indigenous-led Games in 2022, okay, and how that was done in terms of consultation. So I can try and reframe, if you're not okay with that question, I can try and reframe it in a different way if it's up to the prerogative of the chair.
So it's in her menu.
No, I know, that's what I'm going to go to next.
What I'm seeking to understand is the relevance of the line of questioning as it relates to the estimates for 23,
Yeah.
24.
Well, I can read off the minister's mandate letter if that helps. I would think that Indigenous consultation would be relevant to that, and if that's not the guidance of the chair, then I.
Absolutely, that's a perfectly legitimate line of questioning, but relating to the budget estimates that are before us.
Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by that, but I will try it again in a different way, I guess. But we're talking about what was issued in October of 2022, and some of those consultations, I would imagine, and continuous consultations, because that dialogue was committed to be extended, would fall under the Ministry of Tourism, Sports, and the Arts under the budget. So I would think that, and my question was specifically relating to UNDRIP, is the obligations that the ministry, the province, but specifically the Ministry of Tourism, would have in terms of fulfilling those obligations before they sent out that release in October.
Minister.
Thank you. So I think I'll just repeat what I said before, is that the province engaged with the proponents, and that engagement happened in 2022.
Member.
Okay, so I'm going to maybe I haven't been that clear in my question, so I'm going to be very clear, and I'll just ask it one more time. And if the minister wants to repeat the answer that was just given, I'm going to take that as a direct no, in terms of the answer I'm asking specifically on consultation. When the Indigenous Games for 2030 was rejected in October of 2022, and some of those consultations would be under the mandate in the budget we're talking about. I am asking is specifically if the ministry met the obligations of UNDRIP and those commitments in terms of doing those consultations prior to issuing a statement of rejecting the 2030 bid.
Minister.
Thank you. So we don't have any resources in this current budget that applies to the Olympic bid.
Recognizing Richmond North Centre.
Madam Chair. So the next topic I'm going to touch on is the Filipino Cultural Center, another exciting project. And this, I think, this is the first mandate letter of the tourism minister to have this project. And I read the article by Charles Smith, who interviewed the parliamentary secretary for anti-racism initiative. She did say that there's nearly 1 million people in Canada with Filipino ancestry and more than 160,000 in BC. So this is really exciting. So can the minister discuss the progress on the Filipino Cultural Center?
Minister.
Thank you. And thanks for this question. It is another exciting opportunity. And so when I saw that in my mandate letter, I was also really happy to see that I had a parliamentary secretary to support that work and to be a partner. So the work is just beginning there. I have been making sure that I understand what has happened so far within that community. I just recently, I think it was even yesterday, had a meeting with the Mumbuhay House, building the relationship there. And we're just starting out. So, but everyone's very positive, and we're all looking forward to being able to get together and figure out exactly, again, what the community wants and what direction people want to go. But yeah, I feel like I've landed in the ministry at a really great time to see all of these projects proceeding.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Congratulations, the Minister, of having at least 3 similar projects that have been helping the racialized community and the immigrant community. That's why I'm so excited too. I'm sure your parliamentary secretary must be extremely excited. That's why I again quoted the article that she was interviewed by Charlie Smith. She was saying that she's working the Mumbuhay House Society, which the minister yesterday talked to them, and also developer, Toby Rice, a Filipino Canadian, to create this Filipino Cultural Center. And she was quoted as saying that we are looking at a proposed area in the Marine Gateway area, can be a marine, adjacent to SkyTrain. I wonder what the minister's comment on this.
Minister.
Thank you. And thanks for the question. So I also read the article from Charlie Smith at the Georgia Strait, I think it was. So one thing I can say first off is that the parliamentary secretary has been working extremely hard for many, many years to move this to fruition. And I just really respect all the work that she's done with the community. I know that the community has been exploring different avenues. We'll be meeting soon to discuss what they've been exploring, but I just learned of that myself just recently. I just met with the parliamentary secretary yesterday afternoon, actually, and we agreed that we would meet again with the greater community to talk about some of the avenues that they might want to explore, including maybe a location.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Yeah. So is the strategy of this Filipino Cultural Center, pardon me, similar to the formation of the Chinese Canadian Museum, meaning that in regard to the formation of society, especially since the parliamentary secretary said she's working with Mumbuhay House Society, and the minister also met them yesterday. So will this society be receiving funding from the government, and then the donors will contribute in order to create and manage this project?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are some differences around how this is beginning. For one thing, the Mabuhay Society was already established. The government didn't help establish that. In the case of the Chinese Museum, the government assisted in setting up the society. So that's already been established, which might be good because it could be a really great place to start those consultations through the society. But as far as anything else, nothing's been decided. There are preliminary discussions, and we'll be able to see it taking shape over the next little while.
Member.
Madam Chair, thank you, Minister. So I just want to confirm whether, so the Minister hasn't decided whether Mabuhay House Society will be a channel, will be using to create the museum.
Minister.
Thank you. So nothing's been predetermined. Like I said, this is very early stages, like even earlier stages than the South Asian Museum. So we really need to connect with the community. We need to connect with the society. But we need to understand the work that's already been done by the society as well. So they might be farther along than we know. But that work is going to start over the next few weeks.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, and thank you, Minister, as well. The reason why I asked whether this Mabuhay House Society is going to be used to create this museum, because I noticed that the society was formed in October 2021, and then the mandate letter was, around that time. So I don't know whether the minister is aware that a former government staff is also one of the directors of this society, and is it in compliance with the Lobbyist Transparency Act, given that there was less than a 2-year gap between one of its board members working for government and the society's formation? So it seems that the society was formed just a couple of months before the Premier's decision to create this Filipino Cultural Center.
Minister?
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to speak to that question. It's not in the area of responsibility for me.
Member?
Sorry, can the minister repeat your answer again through the chair? Sorry.
Minister?
Thank you. I won't be able to speak to that question. It's not in my area of responsibility.
Member?
So, through the chair, I don't quite understand the minister's response because the minister earlier said that you met the Mabuhay Society. And according to that article, the parliamentary secretary said clearly she's working with the Mabuhay House Society and developer Toby Reyes to create this Filipino Cultural Center. And then the minister also told this House earlier that you met with Mabuhay House Society yesterday. So my question is, so maybe I should ask the other question before I go back to what I asked earlier. When did this Mabuhay House Society start reaching out to the government?
Minister?
Thank you. I had misunderstood your question, your first question, so I understand what you're saying. So subsequent to me receiving my mandate letter with this commitment in it, my staff reached out to them. They didn't reach out to us. We reached out to them.
Member?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. So the minister's staff reached out to this Mabuhay House Society, I guess with the purpose of trying to get them help create a Filipino Cultural Center. Am I right in assuming that?
Minister?
My staff reached out to try and find out what work had already been done, if any, trying to get to know the key stakeholders in the Filipino community, and this was one of them.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my earlier question was, so this society was formed on October 9, 2021, and then according to the article, the parliamentary secretary reached out to this whole society already, working with it. The article is in December 2022. What I was asking earlier is, one of the director is a former government staff. So is it in compliance with the Lobbyist Transparency Act, given that there was less than a 2-year gap between one of its board members working for government and the society's formation?
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So I'm not able to make that determination now, but so I'd like to take it on notice.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So another question is, how did the minister's staff hear about this society? The reason why I ask because this is a fairly new society. There are so many Filipino communities society, and this was only formed in October 2021. So it's fairly new, looking at given the history of Filipino community here for so long. So how did the minister's staff hear about this society, and how many other society have the minister's staff been reaching out to?
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. We had to start somewhere with getting to know the community, and actually my staff were alerted to that society through the same article that the member also read from Charlie Smith. And so we are gathering names of all organizations that we need to consult with. And in fact, that society also referred us to other members in the Filipino community, some researchers out at UBC, et cetera. So that was one of the first contacts we made in growing the greater list.
Member.
Minister, thank you, Madam Chair. So can the minister provide me a list of community organizations that the minister's staff have been reaching out to?
Minister.
Hi, thank you. So we just started like a week and a half ago, so the list isn't very big. When we establish a list, we're happy to share it with the member, definitely. And maybe the member also has some suggestions for us.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So actually, we don't have much time. Another topic that I'm really excited is the Royal BC Museum. So I don't know whether my colleague from Kelowna West give me time to, because I have quite a number of questions, but I try to ask as many as I can, and then you can stop me there. So the current minister briefly filled in the former tourism minister in 2018, which roughly overlap with when the drafting of the Royal BC Museum revitalization plan. Can the minister provide some insight to us as to whether the minister was aware or involved with the project at that time?
Minister.
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite clear if I was involved.
Member.
Yeah, I just tried to speak slowly about the question I was trying to get at. So the minister briefly filled in for the former tourism minister in 2018, which roughly the timing overlapped with when the drafting of RBCM revitalization plan. So what I want to find is, does the minister, can the minister tell us whether she was aware or involved with the revitalization project at that time?
Minister.
Thank you. Boy, that's going back in time. So I did fill in for my colleague while she went on medical leave, and I did go through the process of estimates at that time, but I don't recall, to the best of my knowledge, that I was involved in any way otherwise. But I mean, I could be wrong. I just don't recall being briefed on anything. She was still functional from her house at that time, actually. So, but she wasn't able to make it over for estimates. So that's when I filled in.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was told that I only have a minute or so. So actually, there's a reason why I asked this question. There's a line of questioning. I wonder if the minister is kind enough for me to send in written question. Yeah, so, but I will ask one final question before I pass it back to my colleague. So can the minister provide a timeline as to when we can expect the third floor reopening?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, it's already been public about my expectation of it being open before the summer.
Oh, recognizing West Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Excuse me. I have a few questions about MRDT and associated taxes, and maybe a quick one on RMI. Maybe I'll ask the RMI one first. I know RMI was extended for 3 years to expire next year. It's still at the $13 million level. Will it? Is there consideration for indexing or making permanent the RMI program?
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So RMI is actually in the base budget now, so it won't be expiring next year. But as far as indexing it, we don't have plans right now. We could always review it in the future.
Member.
Thank you through to the Minister for that answer. I'm glad to see it's in the base budget now. I think those resort communities will be quite relieved. In terms of MRDT, as you ministers, I'm sure aware, Worcester was successful in acquiring the extra 1%, so they have a 3% MRDT. Are there other communities around the province that have made application or have been successful in acquiring the extra 1%?
Minister.
Thank you. So the answer is yes. There's a number of them that are at 3%. We don't have that list with us, but we could provide the member with that list.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to the minister. In terms of the major events, MRDT, in Vancouver, I know we understand has been successful. It's estimated that the media is suggesting that it'll cost $250 million to host the World Cup, for which this major event MRDTA application was there. Can the minister remind us how many games we expect to see in Vancouver? And in terms of the $250 million, is that a number that the minister would concur with? And how would that dollar value be split up? I take it wouldn't be just on Vancouver or just on the province. How would that be allocated?
Minister.
Thank you. So as far as the number of games, right now we are hopefully getting 5 matches, but that'll be confirmed over the next number of months. We're not quite sure, but that's what we're expecting. And as far as the number, the City of Vancouver's share is about 230, but I'm not sure where the 250 came from. So if the member could just clarify for me.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I was just quoting a Daily Hive media report in terms of the total cost for. I believe that the quote is that the tax is set to be in place for the next 3 years leading up to FIFA World Cup and will remain for 3 years following the event until 2030. The event is expected to cost between $240 million and $260 million for British Columbia.
Minister.
Thank you. So the 240 to 260 $1 million estimate was from last year. We've always expected that to increase as the event becomes more refined. There's so many different moving pieces right now, but including the negotiations on the multi-party funding, which includes the federal government. So as we get those numbers, we'll be able to update, but we don't have anything currently, but we'll be able to do that as soon as we have something.
Member.
The minister had mentioned $230 million for Vancouver. Could you perhaps expand on that?
Minister.
Thank you. So the 230 for Vancouver was a number we got from the City of Vancouver on their estimated costs. We did have third-party verification on that, but again, there's a lot of moving pieces, and so, but that's the number that we have from them at this time.
Member.
That's interesting. Thank you, Chair. That's interesting. So it could be, depending on how much, well, I guess speculating is a fool's game at this point. Is there some estimates of how much the major event MRDT is expected to raise in the next, for 2030, or by 2030?
Minister.
Thank you. So the intent of that tax, of course, is to cover the cost of the City of Vancouver's FIFA involvement. We set it at 7 years because that was the estimated time it would take to cover off the $230 million at this point. But if more funds were raised and it raised the amount that it cost earlier, then it would end earlier.
Member.
Thank you. That does provide some clarity. Although it does raise the issues of what the process looks like in terms of coming up with those numbers. Is there an agreement in place in terms of how those numbers are assessed and quantified and allocated?
Minister.
Thank you. There's a very close working relationship between the City of Vancouver and the province and Whistler, and those numbers will be reported out so that there's clarification and transparency.
Member.
Would that be reported out on regularly up until then, or at a later date? Is there a timeline on that?
Minister.
The intent is regularly.
Am I recognizing the member from Kelowna West?
Chair. Okay, sorry, Minister, thanks very much for that. Maybe in regards to that, we could perhaps maintain written dialogue with your office just to better understand the obligations and not be guessing on what the Daily Hive has to report. I want to ask one question about the Heritage Branch, and I want to talk about Barkerville, who I know you expected something. Anyways, I had no idea that the CEO was going to be here today. However, thanks. Yeah. Okay. No problem. So, Minister, through the chair, I just wanted to better understand. There clearly, Barkerville, as many other organizations, have faced significant challenges with COVID, trying to recover. But the Barkerville Heritage Trust, which was given a budget pre-COVID of about 1.9 million from the ministry, is getting a small lift this year. But frankly, with the inherited employees that they have from the BCGEU, they are underwater and are still, so they are resorting to shortening their season, which is, as an already fairly reduced opportunity for tourism, for especially school children that are coming up there. They're coming up short, and I'm just wondering if the minister if there's been consideration to their request to come up with about another $400,000 to help keep them to a more regular schedule, which is about 140 days season.
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing up Barkerville. It's a fabulous place, and it was really nice to meet Kate today. just wanted to again congratulate her on her Businesswoman of the Year in Tourism. She's a firecracker, and I'm looking forward to going up to Barkerville and spending time with her. The reason why she was here, I found out from my staff, is that she was meeting with my staff, and they're going through numbers and trying to figure out the best way to move forward. So I think that is definitely in progress.
Member.
Thank you very much, Minister, and through the chair, I appreciate the fact that your staff are meeting with her. I just listening to the challenges, and I know myself, having been in a number of different positions in government, they often face other challenges just besides getting visitors, but the whole issue about wildfires and freshet and all the other things. And there is a particular mine that's opening up there, and they've kind of taken over the accommodation that staff used to use in Wells. So it's become a very, it's marginalized by these things, and it is a heritage asset owned by the province, and it would be a shame to see it fail. And like you said, she's a firecracker. So we're finished as members of the opposition party, and I'd like to turn it over to my colleague from the third party, the House Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recognizing the third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's nice to be here in tourism, arts, culture, and sport. And congratulations, Minister, on your new post. The operators in this sector of the economy and of our communities are lucky to have you as a minister. So I just wanted to share that with you. I've been hearing from tourism operators just with respect to a system review that's underway, and some, I guess, some suggestions that some of what has been proposed in a what we heard report is coming across as being radical, or at least further than what they're comfortable with, especially in recovery mode from COVID. The reality is that many, from what I'm hearing, like to get their feet under them and see some few years of stability before any major changes or radical changes, as they've been framed to me, would be put forward. So maybe the minister can provide just a little background on what what is trying to be achieved from this, and what kind of process is being followed.
Minister.
Thanks for the question. It's nice to see you in here as well. Oh, the member in here as well. I didn't be corrected there. It's the end of the day. So the Tourism Task Force asked us to go out and take a look at the resiliency of the sector. So that's exactly what the ministry did. Went out and asked a question. Coming out of COVID, are we well positioned to thrive in a global market? And that consultation or that tour took place through roundtables, discussions with everyone right across the province. And all of that information was gathered and it was published in a What We Heard report. And then, so that's what, I think that's the report that the member's referring to. What we were planning to do is to go through that report and look at things that we could take action on that the industry was asking for. We haven't heard that there's anything radical in it. So if the member has some feedback to give us about how radical the ideas are, we would love to hear it.
Member.
So I guess there was articulated to me just a little dismay around maybe a lack of engagement with some people who've been involved in tourism over the long term, and I think many of the operators that I speak to are working to try to rebuild their operation, and so that's the primary focus. And so I'm just wondering what the minister's sensitivity is to ensuring that the system, the tourism systems that we have in the province, are not being changed under businesses that are trying to operate. So I guess I'm just wondering what the sensitivity is that for the ministry and for the minister going forward in engaging the businesses and making sure that whatever adjustments are made is not going to further hamper their ability to restabilize after such a devastating time.
Minister.
Thank you. I understand what the member is concerned about, but I just want to put him at ease through the chair. The What We Heard report was a combination of all of the engagement that we did. So 150 organizations, I think 170 individual people. And if we've missed somebody, I would ask the member to make sure that we have that chance to discuss with them what their worries are. But from the What We Heard report, as I mentioned, we will identify things that could possibly be action items, but we will in no way surprise the sector. This will be absolutely transparent and with more discussion if we were to move forward on anything. We have no intent of making life harder for folks that are still trying to get back up on their feet and make a go of it. We know that some people are struggling still. We see some parts of the sector doing really well, but we know that there's still some problems out there. Best thing to do is to have your folks come in and chat with us, because it's an open door policy, and perhaps there's something we can do in regards to their particular problems. But I appreciate the feedback from the member.
Member.
I didn't suspect that the goal of the ministry was to get in the way of the recovery of the industry at all. And happy to have further conversations about this. I felt like I had to honor some of the conversations that I have heard and some of the feedback here in this opportunity. So that's what I've done, and we can continue these conversations over the border of Saanich. I have, and we can at that, in that same conversation, probably talk for a long time about repatriation and museums. And I know the minister has heard me talk about this and ask questions in the past. And so I could, spend today and tomorrow and several days just asking questions about this. So I hope that we can sit down and have a longer conversation about this in future days. I'll just ask, when it comes to repatriation, museums, one of the dismaying things that I heard when I was afforded a tour of the museum was that there was, I guess, consultation done with Indigenous people, and there was a suggestion that they were choosing to leave their sacred items that the museum has in the buildings that have previously been framed as buildings that are going to come down in an earthquake, they're not safe, all of the things that have been said about the buildings over the past year. And when I started to ask around in my community who it was that was consulted as to whether or not we would like our items as families in the building, I guess it's over there actually, technically at the museum, or if we would like them stored in Colwood, there didn't seem to be any conversation. So I don't know that the minister can necessarily answer this question as to what level of consultation on behalf of RBCM. But I will pose it, and perhaps maybe a written response back. What is the process to determine which nations were consulted, and can nations choose to have their items protected in the new building, which has been, frankly, described as being the Cadillac of the buildings? And if we have sacred items, that's where I would prefer our items to be kept, rather than in the building that's been described as the one that's going to fall down. But I just don't know what the conversation was with nations and how robust it was.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So that was an interesting question. And just so you know that I understand what's happened, there was an intent to keep the Indigenous collections in the downtown museum because we were expecting a new building. So now that that's changed, there is room for more discussion on that. And I respect what the member is saying about expectations. So let me just say that the door is open to have those conversations now, and we can have a larger discussion offline about that.
Member.
That's awesome. I really appreciate the response. Thank you. With that, I'm going to adroitly move to canceled festivals. Can the minister, just switching gears here. There's been a number of festivals that unfortunately are suffering right now from what we've seen over the last little bit with some announcements. I think the largest has been, in the news anyways, the Vancouver Folk Festival is it says here it's tentative. I think that it's challenged anyways. And there's events in Surrey and Merritt, in Squamish. What level of engagement has the ministry had in trying to save some of these really important summer festivals?
Minister.
Thank you. A couple weeks ago, we announced $30 million to save fairs, festivals, and events. And the Vancouver Folk Festival was one of the ones that received funding last year with a $30 million announcement. And I know they've applied for funding for this year. Whether or not they're able to continue on and having a festival is yet to be seen. We should be hearing about that in the next couple weeks. But we did recognize that many festivals and fairs and events are not able to use the same business plan they've been using for the last few years and successfully hold what they want to hold. And so we saw that the $30,000 is a lifeline to get them through this last year, hoping that the live audiences will come back. And we do expect that by next year, they'll either have come up with a different business plan to move forward with events, or they'll see their audiences returning and ticket sales up, and they'll be fine to carry on. But we did get a lot of great feedback that people wanted the joy back in the province, and so this was a bit of a joy fund.
Member.
No doubt it will inspire much in communities around the province. Was there a thought about perhaps extending support over the next few years, 3 years, let's say, so that we can, one of the things is it takes a lot of volunteer power mostly to put these events on, and it's really the stability of those events. So from year to year, one of the challenges that we've had since 2019 and with COVID is that the unknown of year over year. Was there any thought about maybe extending that so that the people who are making the decision now, do I continue with this event that seemingly is challenged this year and is likely to be challenged in the coming years, or do I put my volunteer time somewhere else? We might have been able to have produced a little bit more confidence if we had created a bigger window than that. Was it ever thought or considered, I guess?
Minister.
Thank you. So last year when the $30 million was released, it was a new fund for fairs and festivals and events right across the province. It was able to provide funds for, I think, 187 communities. There was about 900 applications. And so it really made the difference for a lot of them. We recognize that this year, again, maybe the pressure wasn't the same, but there was still a large pressure. So releasing another $30 million for folks to access, we were told that's the lifeline that they needed. But we have seen recovery on attendance, and so I think we'll have to reassess where we're at next year, but we have confidence that the volunteers are going to come back this year. The audiences are going to come back this year. So if anyone here is thinking about volunteering or attending, please do it. But we're confident that we're going to see some positive progress. And so, but if not, we'll have to have another conversation.
Member.
I was just trying to frame it maybe a little negatively so that then you could deliver the positive message of please volunteer for your local festivals and events. There was just a question with respect to the Belleville terminal and the upgrade that's there. It is I guess this is probably my final question here. Just with respect to maybe the involvement of this ministry, I know the Minister of Transportation and others are doing work around this. Has the ministry taken a supportive role in that, in advocating for, I think that whole strip here in the downtown core, all the way around to the cruise ship terminal on the other side with, shore power and all of that would support the tourism industry? What level of engagement has the ministry been in that?
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So I can let the member know that my ADM, Nick, sits on the project board for this amazing project. It's the #1 infrastructure project that is of concern to the tourism industry here on the island. And so yes, we're very supportive and we're very involved.
Member.
Thank you. That was kind of like the lightning round at the end of a long day. So I appreciate the minister's response to my questions, and I look forward to working with you in your new portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, perfect. Seeing no further questions, I asked the minister if they would like to make any closing remarks before I call the vote.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the opposition members for making this a pleasant ride through my first round of estimates as minister. I appreciate the questions. We commit to following up in writing to the questions that you had that we weren't able to answer today, and I look forward to working with everybody. My door is always open.
Thank you, Minister, and all members. Seeing no further questions, I will now call the vote. Shall vote 44 pass? Aye. All right. Any nays? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, members. And we are now, wow, paper just moves on its own. All right, I ask the minister to move the motion.
Well, Chair, I move that the committee rise and report resolution and completion and ask leave to sit again.
Members, a vote is about to take place. The question is that the committee rise, report resolution and completion, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Any opposed indicate nay. Motion's carried. Thank you, members. The committee now stands adjourned. you.